Existential squee. I see you, existential squee. And I'm here to say my personal incompatibility with the weather has decided to plague all of us because the telescope I'm using is currently facing this. And I'm about to send a very sad message asking if there's any chance with the eclipse that we're going to open. But I am sad. This is my life. The universe hates me. The universe hates me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just being sad. I'm just being sad. I don't know what else to do other than be sad. This is my life. Yeah, I'm just going to send a very sad message. A very sad message. And I'm apparently going to put it in entirely the wrong chat is what I'm going to do. All right, let's back up and put my sad message in the correct channel. Wee. Hello, Adventure Addict. It's so good to see you. I mean, it's good to see all of you. It's just I haven't seen Adventure Addict in a while, and she left me with a sub message, which both of those things bring me joy. Yeah, so I'm just sad. I'm gonna go open the Starfront Observatories Discord and be sad there. And like in theory, it's not, it's just cloudy. It's just cloudy. I'm going to be sad at IP. I'm going to be sad at anyone I can be sad at. Okay. Let's see what I can find out. That's awesome, Sully. Yeah. Ms. Brick Kitten has my telescope over at her house. And I'm just watching these clouds. All right. All right. I've been sad in all the directions I think I can be sad in. I don't know what else I can do. I see someone typing. Fingers crossed. Type it, type it, type a. Type it, type it, type a. I'm just being sad. I know rain is a no-go, but I'm very good at being hopeful about looking through clouds. When I was a graduate student at McDonald Observatory, the folks on the 107-inch who were trying to do spectroscopy of visual magnitude stars looking for planets would just look straight through the clouds. It was no big deal to them. Yeah. Where I am, it's theoretically clear. Okay, the typing has stopped. I hate that. I see the person is in voice, so we will see what happens. We will see what happens. So, true story. It's story time. I I see that there's a hype train started. I'm going to acknowledge the hype train first. Do the clouds at least look like a cool thing? No, no, I mean they look kind of like Artemis's shoe. Like I can see a shoe with wings on the back. I don't know if anyone else sees the shoe with a wing. That's the best I've got. This looks like Africa. Um, yeah, it even has Madagascar. In not quite the right place, but pretty good. So, story time. When I was in graduate school, I had a statistically impossible number of cloudy nights. I had anything that could go wrong did, to the point where there was a drunk driver who hit a pole and took out one phase of the electricity that promptly destroyed everything else. Um, missing the leg. It is altering over time. So the person who I asked about opening and shooting between the clouds just sent me a picture of the sky. Oh, there's rain forming in the area. Okay. So the electricity faltered while I was on the mountain. There were forest fires that started that we could see from the mountain. There was, at one point, the Texas militia threatened to take the mountain siege to get what they wanted. That was interesting. It was very quickly realized that we probably had more guns on the mountain with the goal of being able to handle things like rabid skunks than we needed in a rational world, but rabid skunks put us in an irrational world. Anyways, there were a lot of guns on the mountain was what was realized, and a lot of food on the mountains. We weren't really worried, but it was a thing. And there was just like, if something could go wrong while I was observing, it did. It just did. And there was one time I showed up on the mountain and I went to look at the weather radar, and there were other astronomers gathered around looking at the weather radar. And they looked at the weather radar, they looked at the multi day forecast, they looked at me, and they determined that it was not worth it to stay on the mountain because I was the bad luck charm. I was the one who personally brings clouds to the mountain. I need to tell this person I get it about storms. So, yeah, it was just bad. So, when I finished university, I was like, I'm just going to deal with survey data from now on. I even had a spacecraft blow up that I was planning to use for my dissertation. If something could go wrong and get between me and my data, it did. And and it was just bad. So I started using survey data. And every eclipse I tried to go to until the last one was cloudy and awful. I went to Joshua Tree, to one of the driest places in the United States to do observing for a star party. And it rained. I bring clouds. With the Joshua Tree Star Party, perfect the night before I got there. I get there, it's gross the entire rest of the time. I went to the Colorado Springs Star Party up in the mountains. It was glorious the night before I got there, and I arrive in a downpour, which did not make setting up my tent easy. I had help, and luckily it was a hammock tent, so it was suspended off the ground. This is just what I do. I bring clouds. And this is in part why I now do citizen science with survey data that already exists in databases where I am not relying on any new data to be acquired, because this is safe. This works. Sending me to drought areas with a telescope or a solar eclipse will bring rain. It is fairly well guaranteed. Yeah. I got fogged in when I went to Mauna Kea. Cloudy and gross. No observing occurred. This is just what I do. It's just what I do. And now I do citizen science. And this is where I'm going to ask all of you to join me in doing citizen science. At Mappers, I don't need to type in the whole thing. I can just type in bang map. And it works because I know how to use Nightbot. We also have an updated donate link. And the reason I'm bringing up the donations link is we have 3 different things going on. Our Patreon is finally to the point that it almost covers our bills every month. Like, it's short of paying 5 hours of my time, so I'm donating time each month. And I'm only paid 1 day a week, or as the case may be, half a day a week, to work on CosmoQuest. All the rest of my funding comes from other things, which is a fancy way of saying I am largely unemployed trying to make this work, but so are the rest of the scientists, so it's okay. Anyways, our Patreon is doing well. Join our Patreon if you can. We love it if you join our Patreon. But if we can prepay our servers, it really helps. And Aviva and I are going to a conference in November that we're currently both paying for out of pocket. So we're going to a professional conference. We're giving professional presentations. We're going to learn new things, and we're paying for it out of pocket, which isn't the norm in our profession, but it's what we have to do. And at some point, I would love to be able to have a streaming computer and a computer that I can reduce data on and have them not be the same computer. And currently I went back to streaming from my old computer because I needed something that I could process data on. And the new computer that last year's Hangoutathon was able to get me and Allie, that's what's currently getting used to process data. And that means I'm using a 2018 computer to stream, and a lot of the stuff I want to do, I can't do on this computer. So if you can possibly donate anything, please donate. It means the world to us, and we're doing okay. I don't know if we're going to have a Hangoutathon this year. Like, that's the level of okay we're at. But we're there in part because I'm not paying myself. And we're there in part because we're paying for things out of pocket that when we had better funding, we paid for our team. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Overly honest methods, people. Overly honest methods. Anyways, And the federal grant that is paying for mappers.psi.edu is about to end, which means we're going to be bringing that stuff over to CosmoQuest as soon as the servers are no longer being paid for. So, yeah, this is where we're at. Mapping, though. We are currently working on mapping out boulders, rocks, craters, of which there are none in this field. Of rocks, there are too many. Like, there are painfully many. Like, I hate mapping rocks. Number of rocks are in this image. There are so many things in science you have to do, even if you don't want to. Reporting, budgets, applying for grants, marking rocks, apparently. I love writing the software. I hate marking the rocks. And this is why we need your help, because somewhere out there, one of you thinks this is the most relaxing task they can do during the day. And I know this because I've talked to some of you. And those of you who find marking rocks relaxing, you are my favorite people. And we need more of you. And we need you to help more. Because together we can map out all the scientifically interesting places. We can figure out where rovers and landers should be sent as we start sending multiple missions per year to the moon. But to get to that point, we have to map rocks. Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you. Nancy is, for lack of a better word, one of our emeritus staff members. She's been part of our community a long time, and she is a dear human to me. And she almost has a actual house with actual walls and driveway and things like that she is working to build and retire to. And it has been a glorious story to watch. Weirdly, all the former Nancys, I mean, you're still a Nancy, all the former employees named Nancy are now retired and doing awesome. I don't know how that happens. I guess if you're named Nancy, you get to retire and have a glorious life. Anyways, I'm babbling because there are clouds. So we're not observing. I'm displeased with the clouds. And the clouds surprise no one who knows me. How are you doing, Nancy? And I hope calling you an emeritus is okay, because I don't have a better word. So the reason we are mapping all of these rocks, boulders, and other such things is so we can see how a lunar impact broke up the surface, flung material all over the place, and then pushed it. Some of it rolled downhill. A lot of stuff happened to this different material. And as it moved all over the place, I guess there is a little crater right there, isn't there? The way that it got moved is determined entirely by the viscosity and other properties of the melted rocks that formed in the impact. I have apparently embarrassed Nancy with how I introduced her, judging by the complete silence. I am sorry, Nancy. You are an excellent human being. Oh, you are typing. Okay, good. That would be amazing, Nancy. We have a telescope at Starfront Observatories that we can't use because it's cloudy. That's right. You guys know each other really well. Ian and Nancy know each other. Yeah. So I'm going to map this image, and then I'm going to introduce you to the telescope and what we would be doing with it. if it weren't cloudy and gross, I am being pouty about the weather. I even drank late afternoon coffee so that I could stream late into the night, which means I am over caffeinated for no reason. Actually, I take that back. I am over caffeinated for how many of you are there right now? I am over caffeinated for 21 different reasons that are named Nancy Not the Brain, Hot Dog Wizard, Ian on the Diagonal, Existential Squee. I think Broken Symmetry's out there. I am over caffeinated for 21 different reasons, and all of you are out there watching, and I appreciate all of you. I do not appreciate the clouds or the rocks. So yeah, these rocks, they formed in two different ways. Some of them were excavated. So when a asteroid or other form of space rock hits the moon, it will literally carve out chunks as it crashes in. Those chunks will go flying, and then they have to land somewhere. So you end up with boulders and secondary craters created by the larger of the boulders that occurred during the excavation phase of the impact. And then all the energy from the impact. So that's the kinetic energy, 1/2 mv squared, is huge when you have things going at space speeds smashing into each other. And the moon doesn't have an atmosphere like us to slow things down. So it just crashes in full tilt boogie. And when that happens, all that energy, that 1/2 mv squared, gets turned into thermal energy, elastic energy, energy of deformation. And ultimately, it ends up melting a region of the moon. And that's why all craters, no matter what the angle of impact was, as long as it's above like 5 to 8 degrees, I am still mooning. It's true. As long as the angle is above like 5 to 8 degrees, then it melts a region, and that region is round, and that's why all craters are round. I would love to visit. It's just a matter of you are far away from airports, Nancy. So it's just a matter of figuring that out. So, actually, I don't know how far out of Rochester you are. I wonder if I could like finagle a talk at Rochester. That would work. That would pay for airfare. I am that kind of a person. So yeah, when all that lava then goes flooding across the moon, from part of the moon's surface getting melted during an impact, when it solidifies and then thermally cycles, it can end up cracking like mud. And if it cracks enough, it turns into boulders. So you have boulders that form due to an impact excavating bedrock out of the moon. You also end up with boulders because melted lava flowed and then solidified and then cracked into a gazillion smaller pieces. We will switch over to the other project once I'm happy enough with how many rocks I have marked in this image. Sorry, it's mildewy down here. We've been at like 90% humidity, and running my humidifier all the time only knocks it down to like 70% humidity. Yeah, so there are a lot of rocks. A lot of rocks. These look like they're mostly caused by lava breaking up, though, especially right here because there's a little crater in the center. And what can happen is something comes in, it impacts the lava flow, and then it just shatters it. Just breaks it into a million pieces like badly baked clay in a kiln. So many rocks. So many. So many. Hello. Your mention of weapons on the mountain reminds me of Fritz Wicke firing his rifle out the dome at Palomar to test the mechanical limits, tracking speed, and accuracy of the newly constructed 200-inch Hale telescope. That is horrifying in every way. We did have a telescope operator well before I was even born go completely mad in a way only a researcher can go mad at McDonald Observatory. So this one night assistant, he was working, I think, on his PhD as well as working for salary at the observatory. And the project he was working on, I think, was to discover supernovae. It was to discover something. Supernovae is usually what it is in stories like this. And he just needed like one good supernova for his research. And they kept not finding supernovae. And eventually his advisors were like, you need to go find another project. If a supernova is not going to turn up, you're not going to be able to finish your project. And so he switched projects. And then, lo and behold, supernova goes off. And he just snapped. He just snapped. And I don't remember all the details anymore. It's all written up in various online places. There's a book that includes the story. He snapped. He threatened the night observer who hid under the desk. He threatened the observer on the telescope who hid under the desk. He went out to the observatory floor, and the 107-inch at McDonald Observatory is designed so that you can bring it down parallel to the floor and about 10 inches off the ground, which is wild because it's a massive telescope, and to see it come down and be like right there where you can touch it like a cannon ready to fire into the darkness. He brought it down, and he got mad, and he started by hammering it, and that really did nothing. So he fired a shotgun at it, but luckily he fired at the center. And so he nicked it in a few places near the center of the mirror, which there was also a hole there because it's a Cassegrain telescope. So the mirror's a big old donut, and then the light goes up, hits the mirror, comes back down, goes into the instrument. So had he thought to fire the shotgun around the donut on the outskirts, he could have done massive amounts of damage. But as it was, because of where he fired, it did very minimal damage. And apparently the observatory, I think it was the observatory superintendent, just kind of walked onto the dome floor, surveyed what was going on, walked up to the guy and was like, give me that gun. And it was just like something out of a movie. But the engineer for the telescope had to go out and like file down where the bullet holes were and paint it with non-reflective paint. And to this day, if you bring the telescope down parallel to the floor, which all of us have done, you can see where the bullet struck the mirror. Yeah, I'm not going to map that right now. I am instead going to show all of you what our homepage looks like. We are currently waiting to get new data for our Mars project. We also have an option to trace lunar features that have flowed across the moon. Here you can see very clearly, we let you get the context images. You can see very clearly that this is an area that just like shattered apart. And it flowed across the surface of the moon, pushing stuff, shattered. Some of these rocks are places that they rolled there, or the lava tried to roll over them, creating these weird streaks. Here's tongues of lava from a different layer of the lava. It's just layers upon layers. The moon is a hot mess. This is why computers can't map it for us, and we need human eyeballs. But what I was going to show you is what this little telescope is capable of. So my original plan for tonight, before the sky said no, was I was going to set up and map the moon out in one window, show you the eclipse in the other. Currently, it's looking at the roof of the observatory. I'm going to close that arm. I was very hopeful. I was entirely set up. My goal was to catch the roof opening as part of a time lapse. I had everything set up. The universe said no. All right. So I've been taking a bunch of different images, not all of them equally interesting. So like one of the things that I've been working on doing was in here, you can almost tell that there is a blue star and a red star right next to each other. This is Albireo, and it can't quite be resolved. No, let me rephrase that. It cannot be resolved. You can pretend you can see two different stars. All you're seeing is two smears of color. It cannot be resolved by this tiny telescope, at least not with this exposure time. But you can see that stars come in different colors. So one of the things I was doing was taking pictures of Albireo, so here it's a little bit better. You can start to see more clearly that that's two different stars. Let me go on to the Seestar itself. Stargazing. So I was doing a bunch of different stuff last night. There it is. So in the individual frames of Albireo, you can clearly see it's two different stars. So that, unfortunately, is as good as it gets, is a 10-second exposure. Anything longer than that, and the atmosphere just does me no favors. It smears everything out. But for a night with high humidity, storms all around, that's pretty darn good for a 30 millimeter. Check what screen you're sharing. I see, oh shoot, I forgot to press a button. Thank you. Thank you. So here's Albireo. Sorry for failing to actually switch screens. So here is a 10-second exposure. Trying to catch those two colors. Here are actually a whole bunch of 10-second exposures. I'm gonna go through and find the best of them. Unfortunately, like when it just does the stock on its own, not filtering, this is the, it doesn't actually resolve them. It just kind of looks like a quarter of the circle is blue, but it tried. It tried. It's a 30 millimeter telescope. This is kind of amazing. So the reason I'm reaching over here looking weird is this particular telescope It looks a bit like a Mandelbrot bug. I can see that. I can see that. This particular telescope, um, I'm being told it might clear up later. Okay. Um, let me respond to this person. Um, okay. So, um, yeah, I was trying to show off um what the resolving power of this is. And I was also trying to catch color. And there's more than one place that you can catch stars. Ooh, I had a jump during my tracking. Everything looks like a teardrop. Let me grab a different image that is hopefully less teardrop shaped. There we go. Yeah, still a little bit teardrop shaped. It doesn't always stack so well. I will figure out how to put the images together better to get rid of the tracking fails. This is Delta Lyra. It's a double star in the constellation Lyra. That's the name Lyra. It is two stars that together are the fourth brightest star in Lyra. Go figure. Hello, Veronica. We have 3 hours to go, so plenty of chance for better weather. So I have both YouTube going and Twitch going. Veronica's over on YouTube. So yeah, so this is Delta Lyrae trying to catch the color there. So these are some of the things I've been doing so that I can help explain concepts like resolution and star color and all that sort of thing to people. I have also been trying to get pictures of things like nearby galaxies. So this is Triangulum. It is one of the other galaxies in our galaxy group. I love that you can make out the star forming regions. And what I started to tell you and then stopped halfway through my sentence because I got distracted, which will happen while streaming, is the reason I'm reaching over here is I am on an old Intel Mac. So I'm on a 2018 Mac Pro. It is powerful enough to stream. It's not powerful enough to stream and reduce data at the same time. But the Mac Studio that I was, not Studio, the Mac Mini I was able to get thanks to CosmoQuest, I've been reducing data on. And so it can reduce data. This can stream. This is just, yeah. So the old computer came back down to the basement to be used for streaming so I could reduce data. Because this is an Intel chip, the Seestar software doesn't run on it. The Seestar software runs on iPads, iPhones, Chromebooks, Android devices, and Mac OS with a silicon chip. So what I'm doing right now is I am streaming my iPad screen into my streaming software. So it's going from my iPad to my computer using Duet. And then from Duet into the streaming software. And my iPad is mounted on my lights. So yeah, it's hanging out right here so that I'm not looking down, showing you the top of my head when I'm going back and forth between the two devices. So yeah, but that means that I can zoom in, I can move it around, I can do all sorts of cool things easier on the iPad than I can with a mouse on a computer. So that at least is super exciting. So this is the Triangulum Galaxy. What else? I've been working on getting Veil supernova remnant. And what I love about this is you can see colors in this that don't look real. Like, this looks like someone took photos with Chandra X-ray Observatory, but no, this is a 30 millimeter Seestar. It's super cool. And what gets me is they have built-in processing software that, like, I haven't yet processed that particular image. So let's just go ahead and start it processing and then go back to mapping the moon, because this is what we do. Yeah, Travel Girl, welcome. It's the Teacup Telescope. It's also, let me show you why we're not currently observing. It's getting better. It might get to the point that they open the roof, but yeah. I bring bad weather wherever I go. It's what I do. It's what I do. I went to Joshua Tree, and I'm going to repeat this multiple times tonight. I went to Joshua Tree, the high desert, where it does not rain. And it rained. Yeah. All right. So, I want to process the veil. I need to go. Do I have to download the images first? No, I have to remember which images I'm going to process though. So let's back up because I don't remember the NGC number. Let's go to my album. Let's go back to the Seestar again. Let's go to stargazing, and 6960 is what I want. Okay, so it has built-in processing software. So I'm going to say I want to do a deep sky stack. I am going to add images to this. I'm going to try and remember how to add images to this. There they are, 6960. I'm going to select all of them. I'm going to say OK. It's going to go grab all of them. I'm going to press the stack button, and it's going to tell me that it's going to take 22 minutes. Feel free to steal your stream. Okay, let me go do that. Thank you. You are a good human. Are you on YouTube or Twitch tonight? I'm going to go check Twitch and hope that that's right. No. Or I don't know your stream. Twitch. There's an S. I left the S out. The S matters. You are a plural cat. I hope some of them are tuxedo cats. Yay! Okay. I am going to figure out how to add that to the screen. Okay, I know how to do this. I'm going to babble incoherently for a moment. Hold on. I want to add a new screen capture. Actually, I'm just going to drag that tab someplace I'm already capturing. That works. Thank you. You're a glorious human. All right, let's figure out how to make it so that I'm giving you credit. Zoink. Did I line that up right? I did. I did. Okay. I want to pop out your chat so that I can see it, but I'm not going to stream your chat because that's something I can't mod. And I trust your chat to be as well moderated as our chat, but that means there can be moments of insanity that occur. So, yay, friend, you are excellent. Still figuring this out. Take that off the top. There. Okay. So Levy, they used to. There's a whole lot less of us funded by NASA to do education. And that means that stuff we used to do just doesn't happen anymore. Like, yeah, there's just so much stuff that we used to do that just doesn't happen anymore. So everyone, please go give. I need more letters in that. Please go give Black Cats with a S Manor a follow. I am so grateful for the help. Yeah, existential squee. I mean, so I've gone through multiple generations of NASA funding collapse. Early in my career, there was this amazing effort that started probably around 2006 or so, where they were working really hard to get education and public outreach as part of every NASA mission, as part of the culture that when we launch spacecrafts, part of our responsibility using taxpayer dollars is to communicate what is being accomplished to the public in a way that enriches society. And they funded people who got science grants. They could apply to get an extra $20,000 to do education and public outreach tied to the project that they were working on. They allowed people like me to apply for up to several $100,000 a year, which is a few people working together on something big, so that we could create educational content that was meaningful, that was geared at specific audiences, that engaged people in learning and doing science. And that was what funded the origins of CosmoQuest. In 2012, when CosmoQuest went live, we had a combination of individual grant writers, of mission funding, of a large grant, and then we also had a National Science Foundation grant to test if live blogging at science conferences is an effective way to get science results from the conference to the public in real time. So we were doing all sorts of really cool things. And I still remember the exact moment I got the news. I was in Houston, Texas for the Lunar and Planetary Sciences Conference. And we knew that there was going to be bad news coming for science budgets. All week we've been asked to do data pulls, to provide reports, to do all sorts of stuff, trying to justify keeping our funding. And I mean justifying it to Congress and to the White House. And Friday of the conference, I'd gotten lost getting from the conference venue to the cheap ass hotel I was staying at. I was driving through some residential neighborhood in a rental car and I just got lost. And I'm driving along and my phone's ringing. I'm ignoring my phone. My phone is ringing. I'm ignoring. And the fourth time it rang, like ring, ring, stops, ring, ring, stops. I mean, it was 6 rings, but you know what I mean. I was like, fuck it, answer the phone. And it was one of the NASA contractors who communicated between NASA and people with NASA funding like me to help coordinate all of our different activities. And she was like, it's gone. It's all gone. And I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean it's gone? And they had just eliminated all education and public outreach funding from all NASA missions. And I ended up just like pulling over to the side of the road. I lost $300,000 a year in one phone call. And that led to the very first hangout-a-thon we ever did. We were just trying to get enough money to get Nicole Gallucci through her postdoc, to keep my students on through their graduation. I was applying for more funding. We were trying to make it work. And we kept things going. 2014, I had a 3-year grant that was supposed to go up for renewal in 2014. So that meant that I had money for 2012, money for 2013, money for 2014 that was not mission funding. So I still had that funding. And in 2014, the year it was supposed to go up for renewal to get new funds for 2015, we instead all got letters from NASA, everyone funded through this particular part of NASA, saying we were expected to continue our programs through 2015 with the same deliverables, but we would be getting no extra money. So imagine someone comes to you in January of 2026. Say this happened 5 months ago. And they're like, okay, we're going to pay you this year, but only half your salary. But you have to maintain your house, your food, everything, and do all the same amount of work. And then we're going to let you keep spending into the next year with the other half of your salary. And that's what we were asked to do. So we did another hangout-a-thon, raising money from the public to keep going, trying to survive. And in 2015, they completely restructured everything about the program that I was in. All those $20,000 grant writers that you used to be able to get as a scientist, they all went away. That entire program was killed. That program I had that let us apply to do creative things, to think and innovate, where I was getting about $300,000 to $400,000 a year for our team, that went away. We had to apply for a new program that was substantially smaller. Instead of funding dozens of teams, it would fund maybe a dozen, maybe. I put in a proposal, and somehow we got an award. Nancy was part of that. But a lot of stuff was going on. And our program went from $4 million a year to $1 million a year to I got a phone call in August of 2018 that, why do these things happen when I'm driving? It was my NASA program officer. I was given no choice except take the call, but I had to be in the car driving somewhere. And it was me and another one of the people that I worked with in the car. And she was on speakerphone. And she just wanted to let us know that cost overruns for the James Webb Space Telescope might mean that a program like mine, which was so big, would be easy to cancel. And at 9:30 at night on a Thursday in October of 2018, we lost that million a year. And I had to fire 45 people. And we, at that point, had $18,000 a year in funding from NASA. We went from a peak of more than $4 million a year to 18,000. And we were still expected to keep all of our citizen science stuff running. And we somehow did. We did Bennu mapping. We got the project done. We mapped that little asteroid. And ever since then, I have been relying on Patreon. I've been relying on donations. I have been relying on the patience of my husband. I have been picking up contracts. I have edited multiple books for the Dummies Guide to the series to get paid as an editor. Because I'm just one of hundreds of people in a field of only a few thousand who lost almost everything and are expected to keep their programs going, to keep everything alive and functional. And so when you see NASA isn't tweeting as much, NASA isn't just whatever it is that you were used to. It's because people like me are tired. And when we work, we don't know if we're going to get paid. So at the same time, I mean, this all sounds terrible, but by the grace of people like all of you out there who either have helped as volunteers, our Instro, Nancy, I'm looking at both of you, who have been on my staff and worked hours that I couldn't pay them because I knew that shit had to get done. And I would wake up one morning and find that things that were on my to-do list had already been done by somebody else. Nancy, I'm looking at you. By the grace of people who showed up in my house and just helped. Adventure Addict, if you're still out there, I'm looking at you. We have kept things going. And right now, things are worse than they've ever been. One of my friends who normally is funded 100% across all of her programs and is funding 5 or 6 other people, someone who normally puts in 5 grants and gets 3 of them, puts in 5 grant proposals, gets 3 grants, she got 10 rejection letters. She had a full house of grants canceled due to having DEI content. She lost NSF, NIH, and NASA funding. I was talking to a colleague who's one of the most brilliant outer solar system researchers I have the pleasure of having met face to face. And she's probably going to have to leave the field because there's no money. And me being able to be paid 3 days a month is more than so many people. And I have contract work. I have my writing. I have artwork. and I have a husband, and if I wasn't married, this wouldn't work. Um, so yeah, when it appears that NASA isn't doing stuff they used to do, you're right. And that's because science is not a priority. Science education is even less of a priority. And when you are less of a priority than something that's not a priority, it's a bad place to be. Everyone who's still out there doing what they can is a saint. Like anyone who's still surviving, who's dealing with all the crazy requests for information, all of the anti-woke speech, all of the I've had things not occur because my last name is a banned word. Um, there are so many people still at NASA fighting the good fight just by not quitting. And it's amazing. Um, but we live in the worst of timelines. So, with all of that stated, um, if you have it in you to ever help, please consider joining our Patreon. Nancy, you were there for so many years. You're good. You will always be good. Um, links. If you can, please consider joining our Patreon. If you have extra, please consider making a one-time donation. Our science team for our Moon Mappers project, our funding is running out. I just pre-purchased our servers, so we will have servers for 1 year, but all of us are out of salary tomorrow. Um, yeah, so I really want to start paying our team scientist, Kirby Runyon. I'm going to try really hard to give him at least a few hours a week to keep working on this project. But I can only do that with help from folks like you. Yeah, this is the world we live in. Literally, we we are only going to survive as scientists if people step up and help. So yeah. Now, if you can't donate, please mark rocks. My request is please pick one at least. And marking rocks, like we can't do the science if you don't mark the rocks. We can't do the science if we can't pay any salaries or page charges. Scientists have to pay money to publish their results. People don't talk about that enough. So yeah, please help if you are able. This field, luckily, is not one that I have to mark the rocks in. This is one where what I'm marking is this chain of boulders is the edge of a field of lava that has flowed from the top of the image down. And what I love about this is two things. One, you can tell that this is two layers of lava that have been placed on top of each other. And one of the ways you can tell is just like a glacier will push boulders, lava will push boulders. And so you end up with this pile up of boulders. And I know that this above is newer than this below because the stuff below has so many craters. So when you look at this, you just see crater, 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 so many craters. You look up here and you see boulders that get created during the lava flows and get pushed around during the lava flows. And you don't see all of those craters. Um, so then on top of that, there is yet another layer of lava that's popping in the top. Yeah, you can see all of that. I'll bring it down a little bit to make it easier. So this is multiple sections of lava, and it's just cool. Yeah, spreading the word is huge, everyone. The best things you can do is share, like, follow, comment, because social media algorithms, and then corner your friends into helping with science. Um, yeah, yeah, these are all things that help. Oh, that's cool. So here you can see the top of this lava flow, and then there's just a hill here hanging out, just a hill. So this mess up here is the edge of the lava flow that pushed the boulders along. Yes, single map, single map. There are no lava features in that particular image. Stocking images takes a long time, by the way. Ooh, crater. I don't have to mark craters in this particular app. So we split the app into two parts. One part for mapping the lunar flows and one for mapping boulders, craters, rocks. And we did that because there are times when you don't have it in you to mark rocks. And we need everything marked. And so by splitting things up, we were really hoping that we'd be able to get through more of the data. And so far that seems to be true, but I did make a mistake, and I'm going to own my mistake publicly and fix it tomorrow. So I have the ability to go in and take a look at what's been accomplished. And so the first thing we launched, I think it was this image. And so it's going to slowly load, slowly load, slowly load. Maybe. It's contemplating. Now, it's going to take it a hot minute because it's doing a whole lot of different things. It's loading an image. It's figuring out if the image has been marked or not. And then it's making sure that I can query everything. So this was the first image that we launched. It has been completely done. I can click on any one of these and I can see how people have marked it. This is all of the individual marks. These are not the averages. Individuals are not necessarily to be trusted. Yeah, individuals are not to be trusted. We'll go with that. I have software that lets us see the marks averaged. The averaged marks are gorgeous. You can start to see that on this one. So all of these people marked together, all of these people marked together. We're having problems with people marking shadows. I need to get them to stop that. I'm going to be working on software development probably tomorrow. So this is all highlighted yellow because the features map when 6 people have all marked the features, the image gets flipped to yellow. Now, when we launched the Flow app, I think it was this one. Maybe one of these. Do I remember which one? Maybe it's this one. We will see in a moment. So we threw everything into the database, and then we launched the Flows app. And it's doing the same thing. No, so it wasn't this image. Which image was it? Let me see. Was it that image? I don't think it was that image. Pardon me while I give side eye to my own software. We launched the Lunar Flow software with a different image as the first image. So, okay, so that is still the features. That one has had the features marked. Is it that one? So because we launched features with the images in one order and flows with the images in a different order, this is the dumbest mistake. You can see when the flows have been completely mapped, it turns blue. And the idea is that when all the features and all the flows have all been marked for a given image, so you can see exactly how far we've gotten. When all the features and all the flows have all been marked, the image turns green. Except currently, one app is working on the images in one order, the other app is working on the images in another order, and I have to fix that. No data is going to be lost. This is not the data was done wrong. This is the Pamela did something stupid without thinking it through. That's it. That's the story. That's it. So, yeah. We need help getting through all these images. The goal is to mark everything for features, everything for flows. We need all the help we can get. And I can't wait to be able to show you fully mapped images that have all the features and all the flows. And right now I can show you either all the features or I can show you all the flows. I can't show you all of both. And I feel stupid. This is where we're at. Yeah. I done screwed up in the stupidest of inconsequential matters to no one in the end of the day kind of ways. It's at 93% and processing, but you can see the moon is starting to fade as the penumbra comes across. So the Earth has two different parts to its shadow. And this is because the sunlight is getting filtered through the atmosphere in a really cool way. And this leads to an area in the center that's dark, and then an area that's slightly darker outside of that. And the moon is currently entering the slightly dark. And I'm hoping for the dark to be glorious and red. And we now have a stacked image. So let's pause for a moment on the eclipse to see. I said check now. Oh, I set it on the wrong device. So this is part of the Veil Nebula. This is the edge of a supernova remnant that is so big it doesn't all fit in one field of view. And I'm just completely enamored with the color in this. I had not understood that the colors were this different, not because people were overly separating the colors using false color imagery, but because it's just that different. Now, my preview on my screen actually looks kind of terrible. And I don't know how much of that is what's going out to you, because it looks great on my screen. It just doesn't look great in the streaming software. Can you make out the color in the stream? Okay, or is it my preview, or is it going out badly? Nancy, I am always going to feel like a dumbass when I screw up something simple. Yeah, yeah. So there is one very pretty image. Now, one of the things that I dislike about modern software is now that I've done this gloriousness, there's a button up here that allows me to download the image, and then I can process it. And the first thing it's going to do is say it's AI enhancement. It is not AI enhancement. I'm hoping that this appears even better to you guys. This is just like normal software. But the thing it does that I hate is it tries to get rid of stars to make stars less. I don't know. It's trying to make stars less. I don't get it. It's trying to make stars less. So I spent a lot of time telling the software to stop it and not make the stars less. Okay, that was a little bit too much. And so it lets you play with the saturation levels. And I'm apparently going to oversaturate things because why not? And then I'm just going to completely denoise it, which softens the image a little bit, but I love watercolors anyways, so we're going to go with slightly soft. So yeah, this is what it lets you do, is you can stack your images in the software. Let's do M8, since there's nothing else this telescope can be doing right now. I will let it process images. The eclipse carries on. So let's go see what the situation is at Starfront Observatory, where the telescope that currently has clouds is located. Once I figure out what screen I have lost my mouse to. There it is. Okay. The universe knows. It knows. Like, I can see where the moon is. Yes, it lets you set the interval between images. It's not so much the interval between images is as it lets you, I mean, you can do time lapse with it. It lets you set, it will either auto do the exposure, or it lets you set the exposure between 10 seconds and 1 minute. It has to do short exposures because it's not cooled. So if it does a longer exposure, you're going to get a lot of noise, especially in Texas where it is hot. So hot electronics is noisy electronics. It does an amazing job for what it is. The weather hates me. The weather hates me. So thanks to Black Cat's Manor, we do have a view of the eclipse. I'm going to do another shout out for I lost my cursor again. Where did it go? There it is. All right. I want to expand this a little bit. Why are you going that direction? That is the opposite of the direction I would like you to go. Okay, I tried to embiggen it. There. I think that's about as good as I can embiggen. All right. The weather hates me. It's kind of mutual right now. So many rocks. So we have the mapping rocks, boulders, craters. We have the mapping lunar flows. This particular image has no flows. And it seems to have not wanted to give me the next image. I'm not sure what's up with that. I'm just going to reload that page. There we go. It's nice when you're in a part of the image that has no lunar flows, and saying there's no flows there is super useful. So if you can just like open this up and look at the gorgeousness that is the moon, and there's funky stuff in here. Like, let me expand this out and see if I can find the source of my. So if you look, There's this weird pattern through here, and it looks like something bounced along, and that is a thing that actually happens on the moon. I don't know if that's what happened here, but there's a neat little pattern through here that looks a lot like a rabbit jumping through the snow. Um, and my guess is that something traveled through here, more of the rolling variety. What is that in the context image? There's this lighter stripe through here. I don't know what causes that. Yeah, yeah. So we haven't seen any sinkholes here. Hello, Michael. It's been a long time. It's so good to see you, friend. Um, I, I, you were with me in Palm Springs, Michael. You know that like clouds just particularly show up where I am. Oh, why did my turn? Hold on. I don't know why, but my iPad went to sleep, and that caused us to lose the connection to it. I know a whole lot of people are currently being hated on by the weather. Um, yeah. You guys have had terrible weather. Michael, does your house have air conditioning? I know that's not something that you normally have to worry about where you are, but it feels like right now you desperately need to worry about it. And that's just not cool. Literally, it's just not cool. There we go. So as I was explaining earlier, I am controlling a Seestar with my iPad. The iPad is then streaming to the computer that is then streaming it to you. So yeah, it's stacking images. Hopefully it won't fall asleep. I know if I turn off the auto go to sleep function that I will instantly destroy my battery. So I'm trying to avoid doing that. Usually the Seestar software prevents it from going to sleep. So I don't know what was up with that. Anyways, we are reconnected. So I'm going through and I invite all of you to join me. And I am happily just clicking submit on all of these images that do not have lava flows, do not have cracks, do not have wrinkle ridges, because I know there are other images in here that do have all those things. And I'm going to get to them eventually. And along the way, I'm going to see random boulders like this one that are just like, I'm hanging out here. I got flung here and I live here now. Yeah. So this really funky textured terrain is actually called elephant skin terrain because it looks like elephant skin. And this is one of the few times that scientists named something and the name actually really works. It really, really does. Saying the word elephant reminded me there was a story earlier today that I saw of the terrible flooding that occurred along the Nepalese-Chinese border. And there was a family of elephants that got swept into a river, and they were able to adjust the river's flow at a dam temporarily to allow the family of elephants to get out of the water. And the parent elephants were like swimming in formation to allow a group of elephant calves to stay safe in the midst of all of them. And it was just sort of like, there are so many animals out there that are caring of one another in ways that we just don't pay enough attention to. Yeah, now it's just one of those things that's going to live rent free in my brain. And now every time I apparently see elephant skin terrain on the moon, that's where my brain's going to go. So many craters. So many. Just stepping along through the image, looking for the lava flows. And this is one of the reasons that we ask for multiple people to do this, because you might be clicking along and just be clicking too fast and realize only after you pressed the submit button of, oh no, wait, there was actually stuff. So yeah. I want to bring Black Cat's Manners telescope in front of my processing so that we can watch the eclipse in progress. So, unfortunately, the telescope that I am attempting to use in Texas is getting completely clouded. Oh, you're no longer in Penzance? Okay. No, I think what you're describing, it's the the property with the fields around it with your daughter. I I don't know where it has been miserable in the UK. I just know that there are people who have been miserable. Um, yeah, didn't go much above 30. Okay, that's still bad, but it's not as bad as the folks that were facing mid 40s. Like I heard about, I think it was a train, it's not a driver. Is it a train engineer, I guess, who passed out because they were so hot. Yeah, I think I have the right house, Michael. I just my iPad is determined to not stay powered on. Okay, I'm going to adjust the energy settings so that I will promptly forget that I did this later. Um, screen, lock screen, swipe, screen capture, screen distance, screen sharing. I want to make it so the screen doesn't go to sleep. That's not the word. Energy. As they add more options, they make it harder to figure out how to turn things on and off. Okay, I'm going to give you back this. It doesn't matter. You guys have the moon. I am going to go look up in a window how to prevent my iPad from going to sleep. All right. Auto lock. Okay. Auto lock. Never. I'm going to regret that later. All right. Let's go to Duet. Cast iPad to Mac. Start broadcast. One of the more amusing things about the Duet software I'm using to stream my iPad to my computer is every time I open it, it just randomly picks a screen to open onto. And I have many screens. So it's always a bit of a, I wonder where it's going to be this time. Check now. So this is a nebula I was working on. You can see the Trifid up here, barely visible. The blue isn't even showing up really in the screen share. That's much more dramatic. Let's go ahead and enhance this. I am going to crop that. Next. It says AI. It is not AI. Dream well, Michael. It was good to see you. We are starting our next season of Astronomy Cast very soon. I will forward you all of our stuff. So I don't know why it wants to get rid of stars. I just know it does, and then I tell it to stop it, and then I enhance the color because that's who I am as a person. And then I denoise the shit out of it. Done. And then we go back to checking on the eclipse, which is progressing quite nicely. And let's go see what else. Since we're not observing, I might as well just keep stacking things. I shall stack the Ring Nebula. You. All. Okay. Stack. And then bring Black Cat's Manor back up. Hello, Raven Lillian. She's over on YouTube. Moon is visible here for the moment. The sky is clear. You are very lucky. My telescope is less so. So I am relying on Black Cat's Manor. All right. So go please give Black Cat's Manor a follow. I guess it's clearing up for everyone. That is excellent. I'm going to go look at Texas. Yeah, no, that's awful. That is truly awful. The sky is haunted. That's how that looks. That definitely looks like the sky is haunted. All right. That's, yeah, no. All right. I'm going to go back to clicking through all the things that do not have lava in them. And now we go back to the top. All right, so having now done one complete stripe down this image, I'm hoping all of you will do the exact same thing. I am going to take a brief bio break. I've been streaming for about an hour and a half now and realize it's not so much I need a bio break as it's empty. It's completely empty. That is wrong. It needs things. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to a Be Right Back. And I, my friends, will be right back. Yeah, it's an empty mug. It's a horrible, horrible thing. I can fix it, and I will. I'll be right back. I am back, and Stella is with me. And you may hear her in the background drinking the water out of the dehumidifier bucket, because apparently that is the best water in the house. I am with a full cup. It's not coffee, it's warm, sweet tea. I have a Cliff Bar. We have the moon, thanks to Black Cat's Manor, who I'm going to give a shout out to. I am super grateful. We have images of the Ring Nebula stacking, and we have the lunar surface to work on mapping. You totally heard a dog drinking. That is exactly what you heard, Michael. Hi, she is off camera, desperately begging for Cliff Bar. It will be a Roman launch. Who has an emote for the Roman Space Telescope? Who did that? That is excellent. Badgy Roman. I like it. Hi there. No, you may not have. So Stella would desperately like my Cliff Bar. Ow! A little too desperately like my Cliff Bar. Come over here, Stella. Come over here. You have a choice. You can jump up. No, she's like, I will not jump up. I just want the Cliff Bar. That's all I want. I am going to give her a doggy pacifier in the form of a rawhide treat I have on the desk for moments like this. Sometimes you just have to give the dogs treats. All right, so we're clicking through the lunar surface. You are all invited to come join me. And I am currently looking for lunar flows, cracks, and other related features. They are in this image, just not in the edges of the image. I would love to know why these hills have boulders on the tops of the hills. I am going to save this image to ask Corey that question Kirby that question tomorrow during our after hours, where he's going to be a guest and we're going to talk about lunar mapping. Wait. That right there might be a flow feature. Hold on. That's just a gross crater. So this crater right here appears to have formed while the surface was still squishy. I'm not actually sure how to map that. When in doubt, map. It is better to map too much than too little. So I am currently looking at this and then this piece right here. So I'm going to map this right here. So for those of you just joining, my name is Dr. Pamela Gay. I have a Cliff Bar. I have a telescope located where it is totally cloudy. And because of that, we are sharing a stream from Black Cat's Manor. And Yeah, we are sharing the eclipse. I'm also in the process of stacking images that I took with the little Seestar telescope that is currently in a place of clouds. Um, so we will have hopefully a really good picture of the Ring Nebula shortly. Thank you, our Instro. You are all invited to come map with me. We are currently exploring. I don't know if this is a lava flow or just a really gross crater. I think it's a little bit of both. So I'm going to mark it and then confuse Kirby later. This is just a neat distribution of boulders that there's nothing for me to mark except for the boulders in the other app, but this may be a night for me to figure out how to use Pretzel Rock. It's an app that will let me stream in music that is allowed on stream. We're going to figure that out. Now, I'm not sure which account has a login, but it appears to not be that one. So I'm going to go check out my CosmoQuest login. Aha. Okay. So let me see if I can find a good way to. He really wants me to play in a player that I do not have installed. Let's look for chill. Apparently I have to open the player. All right, we may be installing a player. Of course, trying to figure out how to get this to work in real time is going to be an interesting challenge. Because it says the tab is making no noise. And I don't know why it believes that. Aha, I found it. Okay, so I'm going to rely on you to tell me if the music is wrong, too loud, too soft. And we will adjust from there. And we're just going to watch the moon continue to eclipse. Broken symmetry. Me too. I misread that username all the time. All the time. All the time. Hi, Stella. No, you may not have my Cliff Bar. She would like everyone to know it is a peanut butter Cliff Bar. So it is appropriate for dogs. I'm just not sharing. Ooh, we have found fractured terrain. All right, so this is the edge of a lava flow. This is entirely overexposed. Not my spacecraft. I have no control over the overexposure. However, I get to map. I think it's something like that. All right, so that's the edge of the terrain. And down here, there's cut off the screen where you can't see it. There are examples. Where did it put my window? There it put my window. Hi there. There is a dog nose underneath my monitor. This is currently occurring. Can you see the little nose? She really wants the Cliff Bar wrapper if she can't have the Cliff Bar. All right, so we're gonna map these cracks, and what I was trying to show you is there are examples. Get your paw off my desk. She knows there's more rawhides. I'm going to give in and give her the wrapper. She can lick my wrapper. She cannot have another rawhide. So let me put this back so it's lined up. So there's always examples to help you figure out how to better map things when in doubt. Then there's all these little cracks through here. That was wrong. There is a delete feature for when your two hands decide not to map things correctly. Okay, the dog is being exceedingly adorable at the moment, but also moving my monitor. Just needed to share. All right, so mapping a crack, mapping a crack, mapping a crack, pressing escape. Stella. I'm apparently moving a monitor, so the dog doesn't move the monitor. My monitors are all on arms, and the dogs have learned that this means they could move things. Oh, that's awesome. Let me go find your photo. Michael's a really good photographer. That's a cool photo. Hi there. You're getting far more aggressive, my friend. She has now moved the monitor and the other monitor and many other things. This mug has more dog treats in it, and she's aware of that because she is a dog that has a good nose. All right, I'm going to continue trying to share Michael's image. I failed what I was trying to do because the dog helped. Let me reassemble my screen and try again. There. So you can see the chunk taken out. Ow! I have a dog desperately begging. Yes, fine, I give up. Here, have another rawhide. Go away. So, yeah, there are people with cool views. I am not one of them. Oh, she submitted the image, didn't she? I wasn't done marking that. Okay, let's open up the context image. So we're somewhere along here. I don't know why it didn't render on the screen correctly. Oh, that's awesome, Nancy. I can't wait to see. Yeah, Stella Go Brrrr is accurate. It's just accurate. Okay, we are marking cracks. Oh, okay, just wasn't rendering after the dog slapped the keyboard. I feel better. Okay, it didn't submit, it just hid the marks because my software is not foolproof to my dog slapping my screen. Okay, so we have all sorts of crisscrossing cracks. I feel so much better. So you are all invited to map along with me at mappers.psi.edu. The eclipse continues. You are getting nothing, dog. Nothing else. She's begging so hard. Okay. My screen is not updating. I'm going to go look at the console and see if it said anything. Image ID not found in local storage. All right, so it's having a moment. So having my dog slap the keyboard was apparently not a good idea. But it gave me back the same image, so I get to try again. The software is written so that if you try to skip an image, it's like, no, sorry, you don't get that option. Because that is how images that are hard to map end up getting avoided. One of the best things I ever learned, I learned from Honest Trailers, and that's create everything as though a 12-year-old boy was going to make fun of it. And if you are working really hard to figure out what do I need to do to make sure that that 12-year-old boy can't make fun of something, you're going to end up with a much better product. So we try and design with that in mind. And that includes making it so that you can't skip over things just because you don't like them. Because science doesn't care what you do and don't like. It's just going to be true, and it's just going to ask you to handle it as it is. It is the ultimate, I don't care. It's not living up to anyone's expectations. It's just doing its own thing. Challenging us to figure it out. Ooh, that one is even better. Whoop. There's Michael's latest image. I love how it looks like it's watercolor painted. I'm just looking to see what all they're saying over on Black Cat's Manners chat. And an excellent point that I hadn't thought about is being made. A lot of people will try and go out and take images using their cell phone. And the best camera is the one you have with you. So if you don't have a DSLR, if you don't have anything else, use your cell phone, with the caveat that there are several different, and I think they're all the same manufacturer, and I don't remember which manufacturer it is. There are several different phones out there that will figure out you're trying to take a picture of the moon and superimpose an image of the moon on top of your mangled low-res thing that makes it appear that there's a higher resolution moon. And someone's reporting that caused them to screw up some solar eclipse photos because their phone misinterpreted what was going on and superimposed a picture of the moon. When I was a child, I used to love watching the moon sailing through the clouds. Yeah, some of my favorite pictures that I've taken of the moon are through clouds, and I I would have loved it if Starfront had trusted us to try and look through holes in the clouds. Um, but like there's honest concern of rain. All the little telescopes glowing. And when your concern is rain, you don't open. This guy somehow knows. I swear we set up command for that. Okay, let me go fix that. Teacup. Use the command teacup. I need to set up Starfront Observatory also, but teacup will work. So we're calling the little telescope that I'm using a teacup telescope, because it's a 30 millimeter. It's super cute. Yeah. Okay, I have created a Starfront command. I'm going to edit it to say where it is. There. Okay. So the command Starfront should now work. It does. Yes, Michael, it is an evil trick. Evil is entirely the right word. Okay, so I'm going to continue marking. So we're in a saturated part of this image. And right through here is the edge of the lava flow. So I'm going to do my best to mark the margin of the lava flow. It's along in here, I think. And then there's a whole bunch of cracks. I didn't end it in the right place. There. So there's two different ways you can end a line. You can either double click, or you can press the escape key, but you have to remember to like click where the line should end. And if you forget that and press escape, it goes back to the last place you clicked on the screen. And that's what I periodically forget to do. The software is not telepathic. What I just said was a long-winded way of saying the software is not telepathic. Although you can do a lot of evil stuff with JavaScript nowadays in terms of monitoring just about everything the person is doing. They can track on modern shopping websites and stuff how your cursor moves over the screen, and this helps them like figure out how you're moving through the site. And yeah, what works, what doesn't, what image is on the screen when you decide to not buy the object and click to a different object. Yeah. Everything you do, assume it can be tracked, because that's how modern websites work. Oh, that's cool. So we're along the edge of a tongue of lava, and you can see the edge to it. And you can see how this is uncratered compared to over here where it is cratered. All right, so we're along the margin of the lava at the moment. Okay, I can do this. I do not agree with what I just did. Let's move that back over there. It's okay if your lines don't entirely connect, because the way the software works is it looks for how saturated the lines are. So it takes any one person's line and gives it basically this is where one person marked, this is where the other person marked, and it looks for where there's the most overlap in lines. So it's okay to have discontinuities that are small between line segments. What matters is the continuity of the multiple lines. Okay, it is finally done processing that image. All right, we are going to take a break away from the eclipse to process a little tiny image of the Ring Nebula. I'm going to make it look better. It is 84 degrees in this room and about 80% humidity. I just needed to share that with all of you. All right, so I'm going to make that square. I'm going to actually zoom in. Next. Don't get rid of stars. I don't know why the software does that. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Let's enhance the color. All the saturation is ours. And let's get rid of all the noise. Done. That makes me happy. All right, I'm going to download that to my iPad. It has now been saved. All right, that was not what I meant to click. That is what I meant to click. Let's see what other images we have that need processed. I think I've done all the big ones that needed to be done. M33. What's M33? That's triangulum. Let's go ahead and do triangulum. Okay. As a reminder, for any who may be joining, we are currently using Black Cat Manor's telescopic view because the telescope I want to be using is clouded out. So I am very grateful. Please go give Black Cats with an S Manor a follow. Follows are free. All right. What other cracks are in here that I should mark? I'm actually not seeing any others. Let's see what we get in this next image. Okay, so here we have, whoa. Here we have me accidentally clicking on things. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is outline this piece of lava that just like completely fell apart. It's like, no, I shall fall apart right here. I'm gonna move that one point. Sometimes hard. Nope, do not move the whole thing. You're gonna move the whole thing. Move just that part. Okay. So if you grab the dotted line, you can move the whole line around. And if you grab just a square, you can move just that square. So I want to move just this square. There we go. This software is a Vue front end, which is a form of JavaScript. It's a JavaScript framework. Yeah, 22C, that sounds about right. What? I did not mean to do that. So it's written with a JavaScript framework front end and then a PHP API in the background. Vue is a framework that was developed by Google, which led to a hilarious afternoon with a colleague who was like, use ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is terrible, or it was at the time at Vue. And I was like, okay, so why don't we at least turn to the AI from the company that wrote and developed this framework? And that helped, and it turned out AI was just not capable of doing what we were trying to do. And so I just figured it out on my own reading the help pages. AI is not all that. It tries to be all that, and it's really good at doing stupid, tedious stuff. So like the other day I was like, take this file and create a web form where there is a question for each line of the file, and it error checks using the conditions on the line. And so I was basically able to take a comma separated variable file and turn it into a web form with error checking. So that AI is really good at. So know your own limits, know the software's limits, and work to everybody's strengths. If you want creative, always trust a human. If you don't want to do the tedious stuff, ask if software can do it. The telescope that clouded out saw your name and knew you were a cloud goddess. Don't tell this telescope. I'm not going to. It's really amazing how the dynamic range of the telescope is causing it to be like blackness, light. I'm intrigued to see what the dynamic range of the camera does when the moon is in full eclipse. It's about an hour away, not quite an hour away, so we have time, Rylan. I am currently using that time to map out the moon for part of a science project. Uh, let me put the link in. Yes. It I understand, Nancy. I understand. Yeah. So if anyone wants to join me in mapping, that is the address to get to the software we're using for mapping. Okay, so we are currently in this region here. So we're in the middle of the lava flow. So there isn't a margin that needs to be marked. So this is the edge of the lava flow up here. This is all part of the lava flow, and you can see how all of it cracked after it solidified while it was cooling. So this is just going through and marking all the cracks. This is wild, the way the cracks are just spider webbing away from this one point. You have to wonder what about this one point caused all the fracturing. Geology is wild, y'all. Like, what is the underlying terrain that caused this cracking pattern on the surface? My dog is barking at my husband right now, trying to get treats from him. She's very determined. I clearly was no longer the person giving her treats, so she moved on to the next person. Oh no, that's frustrating, Michael. It's so close. The moon, we are literally right now watching the moon orbit and the Earth and moon go around the sun, and it is that combination of motions that is causing the moon to pass through the shadow. And then as the world turns, the entire process moves across the sky. That is exactly what the dog is doing, Michael. Exactly what the dog is doing. Oh, now Eddie and Stella are barking. That means Kyle stood up. And they're ganging up on him to try and get him to go give them rawhide treats. And he will. This is why they bark at him, is they know he will give in. They have him well trained. I love that. I'm going to screen capture that, Broken. Did I succeed? Chat moved just as I let go. Nope, I got Travel Girl. I mean, I like what you said, Travel Girl. I just wasn't trying to screen capture it. That's cool. I didn't know Stellarium Web would do that. Stellarium Web is not to be trusted for satellites, by the way. It's good for many things. It's not to be trusted for satellites. I've many times been like, wait, what? What's going on here? Wait, Heavens Above doesn't say that. No, Heavens Above. Trust Heavens Above. Still processing. All right, back to mapping cracks. So many cracks. So many. I don't know why this is somehow to my brain way less annoying than marking rocks, but I can mark cracks much longer than I can mark rocks. So tonight we have this. Tomorrow we have After Hours, where we're going to be joined by Kirby Runyon, who's going to hopefully explain some of this chaos that we're mapping on the moon. Then Sunday, if the weather holds, and I should go look at the weather forecast. I'll do that when I'm done with this image. We're going to have the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. If it blows up, we are like game over. I had the realization the other day that there's like nothing else being built right now. That's it. It's the last big thing we're building. And they tried so hard to cancel it. So like, dragonfly. We have dragonfly in the planetary community. It's under construction, but astrophysics just doesn't really have anything big coming up. And some of our stuff is getting old. Like, I worry about the Chandra X-ray Observatory, Spitzer's in need of replacement. It's probably gonna fall back through the atmosphere in the next few months. So we live in a very empty time for planetary science and astrophysics. Travel girl, there is irony sometimes. Redwoods are just shockingly tall. I was not fully prepared the first time I saw a bunch of redwoods. I had a friend ask if I wanted to go horseback riding with her while I was in California visiting for a conference. And I was like, well, yes, I would. And she's like, okay, let's go up to the mountains. And the literal plan was to ride the horses up one side, down the other, and go to the ocean. We didn't make it all the way to the ocean, I think in part because I was not going as fast as everybody else. We were on, so I'm riding a horse that is new to me. I'm borrowing a horse, clearly. And we're going up a steep incline, and I live in a floodplain. I've ridden plenty of horses on floodplains, on flat or jumping over things that were put there on purpose for me to jump over. And not only are we going up something that's fairly steep, but the trail feels like it's barely wider than the horse. I know that it was probably at least 6 feet wide, maybe even 10 feet wide. It felt like it was as wide as the horse. And it was straight up on one side, and it felt like it was straight down on the other side. And there's trees just everywhere. And I'm like, we're gonna die. And so the woman I'm with takes off at a canter, and there's a whole group of us. She's going straight full tilt boogie. And I made her husband just burst out laughing because I basically grabbed both reins in one hand and I grabbed the front of my saddle in the other hand. And I'm riding in an English saddle, so it's not like I was in a big old Western saddle with a horn to hold on to. And I'm just like, please slow down. And yeah, we didn't make it all the way to the ocean. We made it over the top. We made it so that we could see the ocean, and then we reversed direction. Yeah. That was my first experience seeing redwoods. It was from the back of a horse thinking I was going to die by redwood, while falling off the side of the trail. And like, I know the horse knows better. I know the horse isn't going to do that. But like, I owned a really dumb horse at one point in my life. And that horse like completely wiped out. Like, we're going along, horse wipes out. So I know horses can fall over. So yeah, I was pretty sure we were gonna die by redwood. Okay, there's still cracks. But there's an image to look at. We're going to look at the image. Ooh, that's pretty. So let's enhance. I'm gonna avoid taking the moon off the screen right now. Mostly, hold on. Where did you put my cursor? I know the eclipse transpires very slowly, but we're far enough along that let's not cover that up. So again, this is the triangulum. This is imaged with a 30mm Seestar telescope that really wants to delete stars. Like, I could do that if I wanted to. We are not getting rid of 100% of the stars. We are getting rid of 0% of the stars. Don't take my stars away from me. I am a brown coat. There. Okay. I think we've pretty much stacked everything I had that needed to be stacked on this device. What is C11? Whatever it is, I took a lot of images of it and I can't see it. We're going to stack whatever the heck this is. Bumptus. Tis. What are you trying to do? Yeah, Michael, unfortunately, they're only putting things into space that earn them profit. And it's getting so bad that, like, one of my colleagues was using Hubble Space Telescope data and had a satellite go through their field of view. Why did you fail? Stack, I said. Storage is insufficient. All right, fine. Fine, fine. Fine. Not actually fine. There's nothing I can do. All right. We're just gonna enjoy the rest of the eclipse. Let's see if I can figure out how to make this bigger. It does not wish to be bigger. I can make it bigger. Okay, I think that's the best I can do. Okay, broken. I get it now. Oh, I just made a hot mess. So close to totality. Again, the question that I have is, does the software on Black Cat Manor's camera switch the exposure time or the dynamic range or any of that when totality hits? Actually, there's no totality. We're not going to get that. Boo. Boo. So before mapping all of those cracks, I am going to go ahead and go to time and date eclipse August. Lunar eclipse. So this is where we're at. All right. I'm going to look up the time, which is hopefully down here. So maximum is going to be in about 20 minutes. Yeah, my eclipse curse is pretty bad. So this is the skies where I was planning to observe from tonight. So I brought clouds to over 1,000 telescopes. Yeah, that's the current situation. Yeah. It's true, Sire's Day. It's very true. Some of you may know Sire's Day as Tiny Intern. She grew up into Sire's Day. Which my brain has decided is a combination of science and Thursday, which I know is absolutely not true, but that's unfortunately what my brain has done, because brains see patterns that don't exist. Brains see patterns that don't exist. So Flat earthers have ways of explaining eclipses, and it makes no sense. None whatsoever. I just don't get some people. So you are all invited to join me in mapping out the moon. We have two different projects. One is to map craters, boulders, rocks. The other is to map the edges of lava flows, cracks in lava flows, and any wrinkle ridges that may appear. So far, no one's found any, so I may need to get rid of that button because people keep marking things as wrinkle ridges that are actually cracks. Lava's confusing, y'all. Lava's confusing. That works. That totally works. Oh man. Yeah. This basement is a place that I've gotten to share with many of you, and that's kind of awesome. We've had a lot of the crew here tonight. It's been good. It's been good. Do I want to mark a screen that has too many cracks, or do I want to mark too many rocks? I'm going to switch over to too many rocks. Please help. There's a lot of moon. We need help. There's someone talking in this lo-fi. But only occasionally. Oh, I need to skip to a new song. That's just creepy. Will you let me do that? Next track. Okay, I have done that. Sorry, someone talking in the background of the lo-fi about nightmares is
Just
gonna get skipped. I'm sorry that I stole your moon. I'm borrowing black cat. Oh, the dynamic range changed. Okay, we have glorious. Purple? We have a Twitch purple moon. Let me recenter that. No! Adjust your dynamic range back. More purple. I know you can't hear me, Black Cat's Manor. I'm going to shout into your... There we go. Adjusting the dynamic range. Or the gain. I don't know what they're adjusting. But it is excellent. So, the moon is never actually purple. I don't quite know. I suspect that the filter they have is causing it not to appear as red as it actually is, because the actual color of an eclipsed moon is red. It'll be back. Thank you, Black Cat's Manor. Thank you. So I'm not entirely sure why it appears purple. The color of the moon during an eclipse is a combination of the technology you're using, clearly. But when you get to see it with your eyeballs, it's also factoring in what's currently in the atmosphere. So our atmosphere currently is super smoky. So all that dust, debris, particulate matter, grossness in the atmosphere burned up Starlinks as well. There, that's a better color. Much better color. Very... This is like what you expect color. I'm waving. You can't see my arms because I am in the moon right now. I had way too much fun with this setup, by the way. So the blood red moon is coming from the atmosphere of the planet Earth, scattering blue light all over the place, which is why we have a blue sky during the day. And the red light is able to make it through the atmosphere. The settings really push the blue. I've manually adjusted it. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because normally blue is just not a color that telescopes, cameras are sensitive to. Red, they're overly sensitive. Oh, let me find it for you. Just type bang map or exclamation mark map and it'll give you the URL. So sometimes during an eclipse, you'll see a super gray, dark gray moon. And that happens when we have a super clean atmosphere. So the cleaner the atmosphere, the more gray the moon appears during an eclipse. The dirtier the atmosphere, and like Etna's been going off, Kilauea's been going off, that big volcano on Java has been going off. I'm sure there's other volcanoes I don't know about that have been going off. All of these different things put particulate in the atmosphere that makes the moon even redder appearing. So it's super cool. Yes, that will get you the link. I'm so grateful that you figured out your little telescope, Cyrus Dre. Yeah, Western fires are another thing that is making the moon redder. I appreciate that thought, Nancy. Yeah, lots of volcanoes and lots of earthquakes in populated places. And the two things together lead to landslides, which have been devastating lately. One of our PSI researchers CosmoQuest is part of the Planetary Science Institute, and one of our researchers, who I need to reach out to see if he can do an interview with us, his main field of study is looking at landslides caused by the collapse of glaciers. And so he's on his way to Nepal in a few weeks to scientifically study what has occurred. But he's hearing that like vast amounts of the Nepalese electric infrastructure was destroyed because just like dam after dam, hydroelectric dam after hydroelectric dam after hydroelectric dam was just completely destroyed. So, yeah. Yeah. Cyrus Dry, which telescope do you currently have? And do you want one with a camera on it? Because the one that I've been using lately, the Seestar 30 millimeter, is basically a digital camera that is masquerading as either a portal gun or a telescope or both, depending on your point of view. And I'm super enjoying taking pictures with it. Oh yeah. So some of you have probably had the misfortune of accidentally stumbling across these horrific videos of just this cascade of water and ice and mud down through these valleys in Nepal and into China. And there was one piece of hope that came out of it. There was a family of elephants from Nepal that got swept all the way into China. And they saw the elephants struggling right before a dam, and they closed the floodgates to slow the water to allow this family of elephants to swim to shore. And the parent elephants basically got in formation around some elephant calves and got the elephant calves safely to land. And so now this entire family of elephants is in the forests of China, figuring out what to do with themselves. But there have been multiple cases where the elephants, with their ability to lift up their snouts, trunks, that's what they're called. Let me see if I can find it. Let me not do it in the live stream because I don't want to accidentally show dead people. That breaks every rule. See if that works. Okay, I found an AI overview. That's not what I was looking for. That is such a good view of the eclipse. Oh, why did you do that? Okay, that was at least the correct video. Why are you saying it's false? No, this made me happy. Why do the good things have to be false? Claim, elephants were swept across international boundaries from Nepal due to severe flooding. The truth, the incident occurred locally in the Kadwala River within Uttar Peshar's range. Okay, so it's partially true. So the elephants were rescued. All of the elephant rescue part, that's all true. They slowed the water. It was the fact that they got swept across international borders that was false. Okay. It was local to the flood, and all 5 elements are safe. Okay. All right, so the elephants are fine. They just didn't get swept as far as I thought they had been swept. So the elephants are not from Nepal. They were local. They were still caught in the flood. They are safe. Okay. It is still good news. It is still good news. It was the least interesting part. That is very true. It's a very, very pretty eclipse right now. I'm very, very sad I am not taking images. Like the Seestar I'm using. Let me see if I can. No, I'm not going to interrupt this. So I may be able to open it up in a different window. Oh, I'm living dangerously, opening my Photos app, not knowing which screen it's going to open on. 90% of my pictures are dogs. Okay, it opened on a good screen. It opened on a good screen with Stella being a brat. All right. There is Stella being a brat. All right, let me find my moon video. So I took a video of the moon using the Seestar. It's a time lapse, and my goal taking the time lapse was to get video of the moon going from right next to the horizon where it was super, super yellow. The angry hamster is everything. And having it rise over time until it was that glorious silver gray color that we're used to. So I did this with the Seestar, and the thing that I learned is the Seestar tracks at the rate of the stars, which is fine. That makes total sense. But what I hadn't realized was this would also show the motion of the moon relative to the stars super well. And so I was planning to take advantage of that during the eclipse. So this is the video I took. And it's super slow. So like over 4 minutes, the moon is going to rise up through the atmosphere from being super, super yellow gold to being lighter and lighter and lighter in color. And it's also going to rise across the field of view as it moves relative to the stars. So I was looking super forward to recreating that with the Seestar. And the weather said, no, I'm not allowed to. Because that's what the weather does. But thanks to Black Cat's Manor, we have this amazing view. So the darker regions are what are called Lunar Mare, which looks like the word Maria sometimes. But it's not pronounced that way. And the lighter stuff is the Lunar Highlands. So we have 2 totally different geologic regions that we can see. And the reason so much of the mare is roundish is those are crater impact basins that essentially when they formed cracked open to the still liquidy ooey gooey parts of the moon, making those visible. So the video that you're seeing above me, that is from the Seestar. And you can see it slowly rising through the image. I'm going to zoom in. And a Seestar's what I would recommend for you, Saturday, because it's tiny. It is breakable, but they're pretty robust. People will stick them in their carry-ons. And they make really good cameras. Oh man, I've sent clouds to you as well, Broken. So you can see the moon drifting through the field of view, and that's strictly its motion relative to the stars. So we have Black Cat's Manor in the right, the big eclipsed moon, and we have my Seestar image taken many, many weeks ago when the moon was a quarter moon. That's third quarter. Yeah. The moon is a giant Mentos tablet. No, but that amuses me. Oh, you have, I thought, okay. I sent that one with you. I was trying to remember which telescope you had that children wouldn't break. That's the one. Yes. Oh, totally escaping the top of the screen. This is hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. By which I mean 4 hours. So we are right around maximum eclipse. This one is never going to reach totality because the shadow said no. So this is where we're at right now. We are 2 minutes away from peak, I believe. Yeah, 3 minutes. So let's just watch the moon. The gang is all here. It feels good. I love all the little details that you can see in this image. So you have a young, fresh crater right there, relatively young. You have rays of debris. Just all of these little tiny craters that are actually kilometers across in size. But it's easy to lose track of scale. I am so grateful to Black Cat's Manor for inviting us to share their feed. Please go give them a follow to find out when they stream. All right, our intro. I'm not quite sure where you were going with that set of emotes, but now I have "Let's do the time warp again" stuck in my head because that second GIF emote just reminds me of doing the time warp. You thought you were going to bed 3 hours ago and failed. Oh, hello, Dave, over on YouTube. Hello, Mike. Oh, the roof's opened at Starfront. Thank you, Mike. When did that happen? All right. Ah. Okay, 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me... It is suddenly completely clear at Starfront for totality. F. Where's do it? Okay, I'm gonna get the telescope going and then worry about everything else. Go to. Okay, I'm moving Black Cat Manor to above me. Go to moon. Where's duet? Okay, it's only been 5 minutes or so that they've been open. I don't feel terrible. Oh, telescope overshot. Yes, the moon is in frame. Time lapse. Go. All right. Yay. All right. My view is not anywhere near as good as Black Cat Manor's, but it is mine. Let's do that. 30 millimeter versus much better. We just saw it. I managed a few shoddy pictures with my old phone. That's all you need. That's all you need. Oh. All right. So now I'm just gonna have this telescope taking pictures. Well, I guess starting at totality is better than missing the whole thing. I feel like I am not in focus. By which I mean I am totally not in focus. God damn it. All right. Focus. What on earth? No, focus over there. Focus over here. Not there. No. All right, I guess that's fine. All right. Well, we started within 5 minutes of totality, or as close to totality as it was going to get. So I feel okay about that. Yay, moon. I'm now surrounded by moon images. I can touch nothing. Ask me anything. Moon joy. Yes. Yes. I love the fact that Black Cat's Manor's description is most likely older than you. Occasionally, I manage to summon enough energy to point a scope at the sky and prepare battle against Bortle 7 to 8, light pollution, high humidity, rumbling interstate traffic, and neighborhood streetlights. Sometimes I even power things up and take a picture. It's overly honest methods. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, I mean, it could have been 23 people. I was willing to believe you felt totally outgoing. I'm glad I could help, Sean. Thanks for being here, Mike. Hello, Dave. All right. So, over on YouTube, Drone Wayne says he has a Seestar S30 Pro and an S50 running. That's cool. I have just the S30 Pro, and I'm stealing Black Cat's Manor's image. I have no clue what this telescope is. I should have asked that like 4 hours ago. By which I mean actually 2.5 hours ago. Black Cat's Manor, if you're in the chat, what is the telescope that you're allowing us to peer through? It's really good. The weather in Texas has been terrible, so I'm sure the seeing is terrible. But it's good enough. It's good enough. So what fascinates me is because the Seestar tracks the stars, so it's tracking at a sidereal rate, we're going to see the moon slowly move through the field. So Sean Grossman over on YouTube is asking how fast it's going to exit. And let me actually pull up the numbers. So we just saw maximum. The partial eclipse ends at 12:59 a.m. So 12:52 a.m. Central Time. And at that point, the moon will have exited the dark part of the Earth's shadow, and it will only be in the preumbral part of the shadow. And then the preumbral eclipse ends at 2:02 a.m. I'm not going to stay up for that. So yeah, we get to see cool things. I'm now going to rearrange my screen so that we can have the Seestar view. I'm going to put that one down at the bottom. Have the Seestar view of the moon slowly rising through the field of view. And the black cats, plural, manor view. There. So now we have full-size telescope and baby telescope side by side. Let me move the moon up a little bit over here. And this is where you start to see that for telescopes, size really does matter. The Seestar's resolution is about, I want to say it's 5 arc seconds, just because it's so tiny. I can't see better than that. And it doesn't take a lot of inches of telescope to be able to see all the way down to 1 arc second. So it's 4 arc seconds at 30 millimeters. It's directly proportional. So if you increase the size by a factor of 4, so 120 millimeters, that gets you to 1 arc second. And that's about this big. So yeah. We. I'm intrigued by how different the rotation of the two views is, because this right here and this right here are the exact same features. So it's like the Seestar is just rotated. That happens. Telescopes have all sorts of different rotations. All right, so this is where we're at in the progression of the eclipse. We are now exiting totality, or as close to totality as it was going to get. And while that is doing its awesomeness, I'm going to close that window so I don't go back to it again. I'm going to close that window because we don't need it. We're going to check out the weather at Starfront. Oh, that's awesome. You can see the Milky Way just spilling straight over the zenith. I'm going to be so glad when the moon stops being full, because the degree to which the moon interferes with our ability to see anything is profound. You can see the moment the moon starts interfering with the sky. I lost my cursor. There it is. I took a video the other day, and I'm going to try and find it. With the Seestar. It was a time lapse overnight, and I took it specifically to show how the moon interferes. Let me see if this is it. No, that was taken during dark skies. Okay. It's still, no. Okay, apparently I can't. I will have to share at another point in time. This telescope is very good at multitasking unless you're doing a time lapse of the moon, in which case it's like, no. This is the only thing I will do right now, is a time lapse of the moon. You do you, little Seestar. You do you. But yeah, that's my field of view. And so we're going to be able to see the moon rise up through the field of view relative to the stars as it becomes brighter and brighter. And I'm currently sad because the only way I can get this short of an exposure is to be in moon mode, and it won't let me do wide angle photography and lunar photography at the same time. That's super annoying. It will let me do many things simultaneously. I will live. How do you try to handle condensation on the mirrors from humidity? So I haven't had any issues. I think it's because it's a sealed 2-lens system and the lenses just don't get covered in dew the same way as a mirror does. Yeah, so this is a 2-lens system and that makes a difference. Have a good night, Nancy. We're looking forward to you being here more often too. Dream well. Good night, Ian. So I'm going to keep the telescope's going to keep going until they close the roof on it. I mean, they won't literally close the roof on it. They will close the roof over it. I have several videos during which clouds came in and sky went away. But I'm going to stay here until I'm down to less than 10 viewers. I'm currently at 37 on Twitch and a number of people chatting over on YouTube. I need to increase the font on YouTube. Why does YouTube have such a smaller font size? Bad, YouTube, bad. I have ordered new glasses. This is very exciting. And I have now increased the font size. Okay. So the entire moon will be back to being visible by midnight-ish. Midnight 20-ish. Glad I stayed up. Yes, getting the sequences is always the goal. When I look at the moon in a telescope, I put a moon filter on the eyepiece. Does the camera on the Seestar need a filter like that? No, it just shortens the exposure time a lot. So the short exposure time, it also adjusts the gain, I believe. It's doing everything digitally. There are Seestars that have filters. So there's a solar filter. Yeah. With the moon, it's just the moon. It's just a super short exposure. Super short exposures are truly the way to go sometimes. And it's really good about adjusting the exposure time as needed. One of my favorite things to do is to do time lapses of the moon while I'm waiting for it to actually get dark. So the moon will be high in the sky as a quarter moon, and you can start focusing your telescope and everything else pretty much as soon as the roof is rolled away from the telescope. And then when you first photograph it against the blue sky, they do such a short exposure time that it appears faint gray on a gray background. And then as the darkness gets darker, the moon appears brighter. And it's not that the moon is reflecting more light than it was earlier. It's sending the exact same amount of light. It's that the contrast is changing and they're adjusting the exposure time, and the software is really clever on this little scope. It brings me joy. Speaking of software, I have software to map the moon, and I should be mapping the moon right now. And you should be mapping the moon with me. We have the moon, and the moon. I am mooning you many different ways currently. And none of these boulders are long enough for me to draw a line across. So the rule of the software is, if a boulder is smaller than this line, it is actually a rock. So you just put a dot on it. Let me just sneeze at some point. I can feel the sneeze coming. I hate that feeling. So what are the rest of you doing as we enjoy this lunar eclipse? I was going to look up the weather. That's what I was going to do. All right, so that's my weather. 66 and clear. It is glorious outside. Inside, it is 82 degrees. Ugh. Because of thermal lag, that is a thing. Rockwood, Texas. Hourly. Okay, so it's going to be partly cloudy to clear, so we could potentially get the rest of the night if we're lucky. I love the challenges going on. How long can we get at least 10 viewers? I am about to do a bio break, however. I will be back, I promise. But when the room you're in is 81.3 degrees, So Droner Wayne, I am running so many pieces of software right now. I need you to be more specific. The software directly above me is, I don't know if Nightbot works on YouTube. We're going to find out. We're going to install Nightbot if we have to on YouTube. Okay, apparently we need to install Nightbot on YouTube. The software directly above my head is software to map the moon as part of a citizen science project currently funded by NASA. Funding ends August 31st, so then it's funded through donations. And it is to literally map out the scientifically interesting places that we're hoping to eventually explore with spacecraft. I'm working with Kirby Runyon, who is a really good colleague and a lunar geologist. I am by training an astrophysicist and a software designer. Connections. And someone who forgot to connect YouTube and Nightbot. So I have Nightbot integrated to Discord. Where? I'm so confused. I know it works. I don't know how it works. Okay, let's go look in a different window. Okay, the way it wants me to do it would require me to have two separate accounts. You have to have a second account for YouTube. Okay, I'm not going to figure that out today. I'm just going to type things in. Droner Wayne, that is a very... Oh, now I'm following. Okay, I've caught up. Catching up on both chats right now. Okay. So to the folks over on YouTube discussing animals, I feel that deeply. We currently have a 3-foot snake living in the garage, which I find absolutely adorable and have not told my husband about because he's terrified of snakes. And if I tell him he does not watch Twitch. If I tell him, he will no longer be willing to go out to the garage. And anytime he wants to go somewhere, I will have to get the car for him out of the garage. Our garage is not attached to our house. That's important context. We also have a family of skunks that goes into the garage frequently, which has been a problem that has caused both of us to not go into the garage and has more than once led to the car spending the night in the driveway. I think I need to clean the garage. Yeah. So YouTube suddenly became a place, not YouTube, Twitch suddenly became a place where people remembered that there is a Discord where people can share photos, and that made me laugh. All right, I am going to take a quick bio break. I'm going to encourage all of you to go map out the moon and help us do science. I will return. And I'm going to stay with you all as long as there are at least 10 people. Okay. But first, bio break is required. Trying to find all the right windows. All right. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere other than like take your own bio breaks. I'll be right back. Hi, I am back, incapable of using my own microphone, as usual. With me, I have Stella, who is currently licking the back of my shoe, which is deeply disturbing. I also have hot cranberry juice, because what I really wanted was like hot apple cider, but I'm allergic to apple juice, so that wasn't going to happen. And hot cranberry juice with cinnamon, if you pretend hard enough, it's close enough. So we have chill music, we have the moon through a grown-up telescope, we have the moon through a baby telescope, we have the moon with a spacecraft and a challenge to map it. I'm mooning you 3 different ways. My dog is frantically bouncing off the side of my chair. Life is good. Life is good. I'm sorry that the tree is frustrating you, Third Rock. We have so many good humans tonight. And if the camera is jiggling, it's because my dog has literally bounced off my desk multiple times. I don't know what she wants. No, let me rephrase that. I know exactly what she wants and she's not getting it. What she wants is the last rawhide in the container on my desk. Yes, Stella has gone Brrrr. It's what she does. Yeah, you down there. I see you. Are you willing to jump up? Come here. She's like, no, I do not wish to be held. I wish to have the rawhide treat. So I got the clouds for you, Third Rock. Although it is currently clear for the second half of the event, which makes me happy. The first half, I was less lucky. I'm very grateful to Black Cat's Manor for allowing me to scarf up their wonderful telescope feed. Please go give them a follow. They have much more control over their telescope than I have over mine. But mine is cute. Mine looks like a portal gun. So I am currently using a telescope provided to us courtesy of Starfront Observatories. Starfront is setting up programs to allow you to rent telescopes. This means that, like, if you're having a staycation, you can have an astronomical staycation using a telescope. If you are done with streaming things and you want to spend your money on your brain, you can subscribe to a telescope like it was Netflix. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Veronica, I know that pain. I know that pain. Yeah. Eddie's become an old man. Eddie's my full-sized Australian Shepherd. Like, you can now look at him and see that he's an older dog. And sometimes when he gets really, really into begging, it's hard to say no because he's an old man. But he's learned that he's going to get what he wants. And yesterday, I got myself a Happy Meal from McDonald's because I'm apparently 5. And he reached right into the bag and grabbed the corner of the wrapper of the hamburger and yoinked it for all he was worth. Now, luckily, they did a really crappy job folding it. So what he succeeded in doing was getting the wrapper and leaving everything else in my Happy Meal box. So I got to reassemble my hamburger, and there was lettuce bits everywhere because you can add lettuce. But he really tried to just steal my entire hamburger yesterday. I'm going to find a picture of Eddie because my next task is mapping a whole lot of cracks. Let me find a picture that doesn't have quite so many weeds in it. Where am I in my photo library? These are questions I have to ask. Oh, he was giving me side-eye the other day. It was spectacular side-eye. I shall share the spectacular side-eye. This is the spare bedroom of my house where I was assembling Legos. And he was up on the guest bed. And I just got spectacular side-eye. You can just see this shelf of Legos above him. So that's an old man shaved for summer. All right. These cracks aren't going to map themselves. I'm going to look at the context image. Oh boy, we have found all the lava. All the lava has been located on the moon, and it is in this field of view. So what's super cool is getting big in this. There's this really neat margin right here where the flowing lava has pushed all the boulders in front of it, or I guess it's flowing this direction. And where the lava is just like, and I stop here. It deposited all the boulders along the edge of the lava. And that's just really, really cool to see. It's like, I knew, no, Guy Swift, you are wrong. Space is real. It is one of the few hopeful things in our reality. So yeah, it's just cool to see that lava can push things around the same way I'm used to thinking about glaciers pushing things around. All right, so back to mapping, because the moon isn't going to map itself and the AI just can't do it. It's just not accurate. And when you're trying to accomplish science, you need accuracy. And we get multiple people to map everything, and we look to see where their results overlap and combine. And then we just share all the results together with our science team, who can then use them to accomplish science. Heavy sigh was what should the pattern by which I search the image be? So these cracks that I'm mapping out now, they form where the lava gets super thick, and then as it solidifies, it ends up contracting and cracking. So essentially, as it cools, it contracts, creating all these cracks. Other places you don't necessarily have cracks like this. Um, and so this gives information on the thickness and the thermal properties of the lava. I am not a geologist. I simply work with a lot of them and write software for them. I am by training an astronomer, but I've been writing software my entire life. I took a lot of computer science classes as an undergrad. I decided not to get a second major in computer science when I was about to have the exact same professor for like the 4th class in a row. And every single homework assignment this guy gave was somehow related to hockey. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you so much. I inhaled wrong. I think cursing hockey decided to cause me to cough. I have the bestest humans in this community. And you have the bestest humans in this community. And together we are the bestest humans who make a community. So when marking cracks, there's always the struggle of where is the ground just wrinkled and where is it actually cracked? One of my favorite, this is not actually a cracks that I saw in one of the images, was there's this line down a slope, just all by itself, just one line, and a boulder at the end of it. And what I was actually seeing, yes, Veronica cured. Tea should be savored, not inhaled. That is definitely true. So, yeah. There is a boulder trail. There is a line in the regolith, the sand, on the moon, caused by a boulder rolling downhill. And I just loved that. So you never know exactly what you're going to spot. Air and fire bending means that you've been hanging out with the last airbender again. I am annoyed with waiting for the next season of The Last Airbender. Like, I know it's all released in cartoon, but I've been really enjoying the live action version. And I'm annoyed to have to wait. The last T-bender almost got me, Arnstro. It almost got me. Well played, sir. Well played. Oh God, I do not want to mark this. I'm going to go mark boulders for a little bit. I now see why I abandoned this image to go over here. The moon is hard, y'all. There's a lot to map on the moon. Please help. Please come map the moon with me. I need your help. All right. It's all rocks. It's just rocks. That's a rock. That's a rock. That's 2 rocks. So many rocks. It's not as bad as Bennu, at least. Bennu had hundreds of rocks per image. This has like 100 rocks per image. So Third Rock is asking, so are these images able to be put into, say, pics so that one can deep zoom in and mark all the rocks? So we're trying to get everyone to mark at about the same scale, because otherwise there's going to be bias in the data. So, no, you cannot. The moon is exiting the eclipse. So we have 2 different views going. And what I'm loving is with the Seestar image down on the bottom, you can see it slowly moving up in the field. Well, you can't. I can see that it's slowly moving up in the field of view. And being able to see the moon moving relative to the stars is just one of those things that fascinates me. And you can see between these 2 different images the difference in resolution that you get when you go from a 30 millimeter to something many inches across. It doesn't take a lot. So one of the frustrations about living on a planet is the best that our atmosphere will generally let you observe is about 1 arc second of resolution. So thank you, Black Cat Manor. I've been wondering what it was. Thank you. So you're seeing at the atmospheric limits of resolution. So the 30 millimeter Seestar, the best you can see with it, because it's so tiny, is about 4 arc seconds across. Now, the angular size of the moon is about 1/2 degree. So if you measure the angular size of the moon, 1/2 degree. There are 60 arc seconds in a minute, so the moon is 1800 arc seconds wide. That, a better way to put it is, if I pulled a strand of hair out of my head, which I'm not going to do. Oh, I can actually, my hair is long enough I don't have to remove it. That's cool. So if you take a strand of hair, and you can't actually see the strand of hair, so you're just going to have to trust me. There is a strand of hair here. If you take a strand of hair and you hold it at arm's length, I didn't know my hair was that long. The width of a strand of hair at arm's length is 1 arc second for standard white person piece of hair. The 8-inch can see that 1 arc second. Can actually see better if the atmosphere lets it, but our atmosphere is generally like, no, you get 1 arc second and that's it. Sometimes you get lucky, you're in a place that can get down to maybe half an arc second. Where they built Rubin Observatory, that telescope is way too big and has too large a field of view for them to be able to use adaptive optics. It's actually the field of view that's the issue. So they rely on a good atmosphere. And the atmosphere there actually supports sub-arc second seeing most of the time. Although climate change has been causing massive storms in the Atacama Desert. So that was a thing. They actually had both Cerro Tololo and Cerro Pachon, the two neighboring mountains with Rubin Observatory and the Very Large Telescope, get pretty much locked down. They had to evacuate the mountains because there was that much snow and they haven't gotten power back in. They're running on generators. For a place that normally gets like 3 millimeters of rain a year, to get snowed in is just not what they're used to. Your view's about to get seriously worse. Are you about to disappear into the trees or something? Oh no, I like your view. Oh, clouds. Okay. This is my life. Thank you, Black Cat's Manor. I too am about to get clouds, it looks like. We'll see how long they let us stay open. We'll see how long they let us stay open. It's a very cute little telescope. My little portal gun to the stars. Your view right now is tuned in Black Cat's Manor. That is like the perfect exposure time, perfect focus. That is just, you nailed it. I have a bit more atmosphere than you do. Oh, you're looking through a cloud? Oh, wait, no, I already read that line. Never mind. All right, I was marking rocks. I was avoiding marking rocks because there are a lot of rocks in this image. Please come help. We need help mapping the moon. There's a lot of moon people. We need help. Please help us map the moon. So many rocks. And the rocks, in this case, are in part formed by the lava that flowed across this area, thermal cycling and breaking apart when it thermal cycled and making a whole bunch of boulders. Others of them were just pushed there by flowing lava, which is also really cool if you think about it. I had no idea that there was so much pushing of boulders and rocks going on the moon until I was asked to support this project. There's a lot of, wait, what? Lava does what? So many rocks. So when we were writing the tutorial for this, I initially, and I'd forgotten I did this, I only marked the boulders in the center of the image and put them into the software as things to error check against. And I got a nasty note in Discord, basically, of, I'm not going to participate in this program because you clearly don't know how to mark rocks. And I pulled everything up and I was like, oh shit, I didn't finish marking all the rocks in the tutorial image. That's on me. Let me go fix that. It got fixed. The software worked perfectly. I just hadn't put all the coordinates in. So many rocks. These are things that have led me to get reading glasses. Ooh, that was some trembling image there, Black Cat's Manor. I don't know if that was footsteps or what, but all of a sudden the moon was drunk. There are so many rocks. So many. Please help. Please help. So the data that we have in this project is from a crater. A cloud just went through my field of view. That was a thing. That was really cool. I wish I could rewind and watch that again. Sorry, easily distracted. The mount has a few quirks when it gets close to the meridian. Oh, yeah, I know how that happens. So I'm going to distract myself for a moment. Can we promote that we can map things without so many rocks? Yes. And this is why we also have cracks to torture us. But they don't have nearly as many rocks. I'll put that in the next newsletter. Our next newsletter is going to be moon, 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 moon. I was just waiting to get final approval on the video that we're putting live next, because it's to support somebody's grant. So I was using the McDonald Observatory 107-inch for a lot of my dissertation work. I was building a catalog of galaxy clusters. We were discovering them using the 30-inch telescope. We were following up using the 107-inch telescope. And when they got within, I don't know how many degrees, when they got within a few degrees of zenith, so meridian wasn't the problem, zenith was the problem. The software for the dome didn't know what to do. And so there'd be about, depending on what you were looking at, there'd be anywhere from about 5 minutes to 20 minutes of this multi-story dome on this giant telescope. And the dome would just go round and round and round and round and round and round. And the whole building slightly vibrated. Not the telescope, because the telescope is on a pier that is vibrationally isolated from the rest of the building. It's all air-gapped. So the telescope was fine. But the human beings that are not air-gapped from the dome and can hear it doing this the whole time are like, as the dome just goes madly around and around and around. So that was always something. It's like, it's doing it again. We're near meridian. All right. Now you know. Hi there. Stella has come up and she's begun licking. Can I pick you up? No. I cannot pick her up. This has been decided. She wishes for me to follow her. She's a herding dog. I understand. There's a lunar eclipse, my dear. Can't you tell I'm occupied with a telescope and a live stream? Oh my goodness, she just pouted so hard. Nope, not gonna let me pick her up. So yeah, tomorrow's newsletter is going to focus heavily on our new projects. Throw the moon plushie. I don't have a moon plushie on this floor of the house right now. Ooh, cloud. I'm easily excited. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep going. Go away. I mean, the clouds look so cool. This looks so cool. All right, so most of the sky is clear. So hopefully we're just going to have to contend with this, which is actually, I'm really enjoying it. So for those of you who missed it earlier, we are currently using a Seestar as the lower, less resolved. This is the Seestar. It is a 30 millimeter telescope down at Starfront Observatories in Texas. Above is Black Cats with an S manor. It's a 8-inch that is tuned perfectly. Thank you for letting us borrow your view. Please go give Black Cats Manor a follow. And when not being actively distracted by clouds, I am mapping features on the moon. We have 2 different active citizen science projects right now supporting a team studying lunar melt. This is what happens when a asteroid or other small body careens into the surface of the moon. The energy of that impact can get turned into molten rock that sloshes around. And along the way, during the beginning of the excavation of the impact, boulders get flung, or a rocket stage. The rocket stage doesn't cause melt, it just creates a crater. You get actual melt when something bigger impacts on the moon, and that energy gets transformed. The 1/2 mv squared kinetic energy gets transformed into thermal energy, and that thermal energy melts the lunar surface, and then that melt just flows all over the place. And as it cools, sometimes it fragments into a gazillion small pieces, which is what I'm currently mapping. Please help. Please help. So we're looking at 2 different areas. As I started to say before I was distracted by clouds, squirrel. One of them is a region of Tycho crater that's already fairly well understood. And then the other is a pretty much completely unmapped region called Little Tycho crater. Not Little Tycho, Little Lowell crater. It's near Tycho crater. And And as we go along, by mapping out where different features show up, we're able to build a picture of the different sizes of objects that got formed, pushed, partially buried. We're able to get a sense of what are all of their alignments when it matters. It only matters for the bigger things. If the line is red, it's too small. Yeah, geologists have to map out all the features to be able to figure out what happens, and we're realizing that understanding the process is way more important than we really thought about in the past, because we're now thinking about putting moon bases, moon infrastructure, all sorts of stuff all over the moon. Well, impacts happen. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere like our planet Earth does. That means that when a rocket part careens into the surface, it makes a 20-meter crater. That's not what happens on our planet, because our atmosphere is going to slow that stuff down. There's also the whole, an impact excavates boulders that get flung large distances. All these different things. Again, we have an atmosphere that even if boulders do get excavated during an impact, like when Meteor Crater in Arizona formed, Barringer Crater, that would have created boulders, but they don't get flung as far because we have both more gravity. The moon has less gravity. It has 1/6 Earth gravity. Makes it easier to fling things great distances. And again, atmosphere. Atmosphere is so wonderful. No atmosphere on the moon. So if we're going to be building a whole lot of infrastructure on the moon, we really need to understand all the wild and horrifying processes that occur when an impact takes place. And this is research that will help with that. So why did Fred Johnson and Drummer pop into your head? I don't know that reference, and I feel like I need to, because I'm going to say Tycho a lot. Drunk moon. Moon drunk. Okay, it has stopped. One interesting thing about human vision is our peripheral vision. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, thank you. That drummer. I went to musician, so I was like, who's the musician Fred Johnson? Yeah, I failed. I completely failed. I failed. My bad. I remain very frustrated that the I'm going to mispronounce the ship's name. Rocinante? That's not quite right. The ship, they had really, really amazing jackets. I really would like one. And even when the show was at peak popularity, you couldn't get the jackets. And it made me sad. It just seemed like such a simple thing, but it just wasn't a thing anyone was making. Drummer was the best character. And it's wild that she wasn't really a character in the books. and was instead a composite. I learned that that's a show where you have to leave time between when you read the books and when you watch the show, so the books get fuzzy enough that things like that don't irritate you. Because the first time I went to watch The Expanse, I was like, nope, can't do it. Because the differences were just too many and I loved the books too much. But then time passed, the books got fuzzy, and then I loved the TV show. That's awesome, Broken Symmetry. Doing okay so far on the clouds. Like, both of us who are fighting clouds are doing okay. And that's really kind of amazing. So many rocks. So many rocks. Sorry to breathe heavily into the microphone. That was the heavy sigh of, and there's still more rocks. Oh, so Third Rock is mentioning there was a rumor that, there wasn't a rumor. There was data indicating that it was possible that in the extreme northern continental United States and Canada, timing would be right for there to be... What? Why did you just go black? No! Did the roof close? No. No, damn it, the roof closed. Black Cat's Manor, did you just get clouds at the exact same moment I got clouds? And the fact that, you can... No, you can't see it because it's cropped. Hi, Stella. Stella's like, why are you suddenly upset, Mom? She's over here frantically looking at me. So, hi, I see you, good girl. So you can see Black Cat's Manor sky. It was just like both telescopes simultaneously clouded out. All right, so let's go take a look at what we got, folks. Let's go take a look at what we got. So sad. So sad. All right, so let me... I see you, Stella. I see you. I see you. They don't see you. What? Oh, now you're coming up. Now you're coming up. Okay, we have a dog. Dog has joined the stream. There we go. All right. So, let me rearrange my screen. Hello, dog. You have terrible breath. Oh my God. Such bad doggy breath. Okay, so let's take a look at the video. So now we get to zoom through. It's not actually playing. How rude. It is still rendering. All right. So apparently we don't get to watch that video right now. Still rendering. So I've gotten some really cool time lapses recently. I'm trying to remember. I think this is the one where the roof closed on me. And I woke up to turn the camera off. Nope, that's not actually a video. Time lapse. The ones labeled time lapse are time lapses. So this one, I believe, the telescope got clouded out. The telescope has decided to be sad. Don't lick my face. All right, it apparently can't render a video at the same time that I'm asking it to do a whole bunch of things. So we're gonna let it be. This is Stella. She is my manic pixie dream dog. It's not sight of clouds. There's a human on site at all times that makes the call, and I suspect they have rain sensors because they're not crazy. Are you done rendering? Are you done rendering? I think it's still rendering because there's a little clock thingy right there. I believe the little clock thingy means I cannot. Yeah, that appears to be what it means. Okay. Well, as my dog, you just wanted to try and steal the rawhide, didn't you? There's a rawhide in my pen cups. All right. Are you done rendering? No, you're not done rendering. All right. So apparently we're not allowed to look at things. This is the universe telling me it is 12:30 at night. I apparently need to take the dog somewhere or give her the rawhide that's on my desk. Dog has strong feels. There. I lost my, sorry. I was trying to figure out where my cursor went again. It's very easy to lose. I completely lost my cursor again and was trying to find it because someone who I haven't talked to in ages had pinged me, and I was like, oh, that's a username I haven't seen for a while. So yeah, I have a dog. I have a very happy dog who does not understand why we haven't gone to bed yet and why I haven't given her the rawhide that is on my desk. She wants both. I want my video to finish rendering. My video is currently rendering. All right. I will post a video tomorrow of what I was able to catch. Black Cats Manor, if you're still out there, thank you for sharing your view with us. I really appreciated it. It was awesome to tag team. And everyone out there, please help us map out the moon. Um, we need your help. There's a lot of moon that needs mapped. Um, so yeah, let me see if there's anyone out there to, I'm not going to raid anyone. All of you go to bed. We all need sleep. Go forth. Um, and and if you want more content and you want to make sure you get tomorrow's newsletter, you can join our Patreon for free, but we would really appreciate it if you joined at the, we are raising our prices. So join at $1 a month now if you want $1 a month. I had someone who loves me sit me down and tell me we need to raise to $3 minimum because we need to pay ourselves better. So please go join at the $3 a month level or higher, and help us pay to keep doing all of this. I really want to start. Kirby and I, the grant funding our citizen science ends August 31st. So I'd really like to start paying Kirby. Help me do that. And let's map the moon. So if you don't want to map rocks, please join our Patreon as a paying member. If you don't want to pay for our Patreon, please map rocks. Pick one. That's where we're at. Okay, I'm going to take this desperate dog somewhere, and we're going to have a wonderful evening. And tomorrow I will be streaming at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. London time. We're going to have Kirby Runyon on, and I'm going to be asking him about all these crazy geologic things that we're seeing all over the moon. So I can't wait to see all of you then. For now, go dream well, my friends. Somewhere, somewhen, I will see you on the other side. Bye-bye.